So, might have been just settings I had to switch over. This internet here is a little different. So, different settings. Upload speed's really fast now, so should be really good. Should. I'm not saying it is. Then it should be. Should be. Could be good. I should be good to go now. Shouldn't have any more lagging issues. Just did a test, switched over some settings, and it looks good. Looks real good. Looks real good. So, happy about that. But same here. Oh, maybe you're not figured it out. Huh. Randomly dropped. You know, maybe not. Odd. Maybe. Maybe. Nope. Well, that's worth a shot. It's worth a shot, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. I am just in 1080p right now. I am just in 1080p. I mean, it should technically be fine. Upload speed's fast. I figure what's causing it to cut out, though. Nope. Where did I put? All right. Just hooked up an adapter, maybe. Maybe. See you in a couple minutes. Yeah, it's just the positioning of it. Doesn't look half bad. It might have just been that. Yep, I'm back. Hoping this works. Nope. Just random cutouts. Give me a second here. No, I'm not doing 720p. Don't need it. Seems to cut out after a bit. So I may find certain settings that'll make it so it doesn't cut out. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, well, it's not that it's getting better. It's how stable it is. I want it to be stable. Looks good on my end right now. Maybe these settings are better maybe for stability. I don't know. It's looking all right. Still stable. Still stable. I did the outro. Oh, did it get cut out at the end? Odd. Oh, I got cut out. Looks like it's working now. How long will guess we'll find out. Guess we'll find out. Me too. Here's some odd settings though. Put coffee. Oh, it's not so great. Make my lights flicker. And I'm probably gonna look for some PC hardware news here in a second once I make my coffee. Do 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 do. Make your coffee, nice. I've already had a couple. These are smaller cups than my normal one. Nice pizza. Might have pizza tonight. Not sure. Might have pizza tonight. Let's see. Oh, they made blower style 5090s. Intel says you can download more frames per second for Lunar Lake. 10% increase. Nice. Driver optimization. Cam 2 and modules smile to the camera, but do not expect them to be on the market soon. I know they might have fixed some issues with them, but not all of them. How's it going, Hooves? How's it going? Yeah, I guess 6 gigabyte 1590. I don't think so. No, definitely not. Not a 1590. Yeah, it's the RTX 6000 Pro. I've already talked about this and said it was probably going to be nice 6 gigabytes. It's going to be more than 10K. It'll probably be 13 to 15,000. The RTX 6000 with 48 gigabytes is literally 10,000. So expect the 6000 Pro 96 gigabyte model to be 13,000 to 15,000. Yep. And in some cases, it's 615% faster. Some games it's way better in games. Some games. Yep. That's not made for games. It's made for workstation, right? So, I mean, take that as you will. I mean, there are some that aren't VRAM oriented, but it's still VRAM. You're not going to use that much in games. Max you can see in probably any game is maybe 20 gigs. Maybe. So, I mean, it's not made for gaming, but of course it can game. Does have more CUDA cores. Yeah, you're not going to run out of VRAM anytime soon, even with a 16 gigabyte card. You're basically you're not going to run out of VRAM. You won't be running out of VRAM anytime soon. Even with 32 gigabyte, 24, you're not going to run out of that. You will not be running out of VRAM anytime soon. Get yourself a 16 gigabyte card, you'll be good for a while. So apparently, the only game that uses a lot of VRAM is Skyrim, and it has to have certain kind of textures put in place, and it'll use 20 gigs of VRAM. The only game so far. Every other game, you're going to see maybe 7 gigs, 8 gigs, 9 gigs, maybe 10 gigs. That's about it. Yep, Skyrim's the only one right now that uses about 20 gigs of VRAM with certain textures in place. I just went in Spanish F1. Nice. Yep, G06 ECC. No, PCIe 5.0. Here's Blackwell. It's not. It's Blackwell. The 6000 and 6000 Pro will be PCIe 5.0. I'm not sure where it's getting the Ada Lovelace. Ada Lovelace is 5090. Or, well, 4090. Yep. It probably will be about 12,000 K Aussie, Australian. Okay, so I'm going off of US prices. I called the price for the RTX 6000, $10,000 card. You can see them all the way up to $13,000. Again, this is just US pricing. I'm going to say $13,000 to $15,000 for the Pro model. Yep, has GDDR7. Not GDDR6 for the 6000, GDDR7, yeah. All the Blackwell cards have GDDR7. NVIDIA's good that way, as in newer components put in place. They cost more, of course, but that's why everything costs more. But yeah, there'll be 13,000 to 15,000 for the Pro model. And that's US pricing. So expect it to be a lot more Australian. Probably around to 17, maybe 17,000 Australian, 18. Wild. It's wild, the pricing. The pricing is wild. And the Pro hasn't came out yet. So the speculated pricing, like I said, 13 to 15,000 US. Be around there. Nice 6 gigabytes of VRAM. Yep. And GDDR6 for ECC, it's not a thing. It's GDDR6X is ECC. It's by Micron. Yeah. 3 gigabyte modules, yeah. I think I'm in 2 or 3. I'm not even sure. They might make 4 gigabyte modules now. I'm not sure. No, not necessarily has to be 3 gig. My counting the chips, yes, you can count the chips, but then you also have to take apart the card, count the chips, flip the board over, and it has more chips on the other side. It's a dual-sided PCB, which means it could have 2 gigabyte module chips or 1.5 gigabyte module chips. There's multiple. There's 1.5 all the way to 3 gig right now. I mean, in other graphics cards, like that really high-end stuff, they got literally 12 stacked chips. You can count the chips. Yeah, make sure you count all the chips. And we're talking about GDDR7 as well. You just call it dual-side PCB. Because you might have a dual-side PCB and chips only on one side. Kind of like the 2080 Ti. right? Bit of a rabbit hole, yeah. The 28 Ti has a dual-sided PCB. Certain models have like the EVGA have, double-sided. Yep. But then you also got stacked RAM, right? Stacked VRAM, where the chips are really stacked on top of each other. Hynix and Micron are working on it. Micron's made a 12 stack. Micron's made a 12 stack. Hynix has made an 8 stack. I'm not sure what Samsung has done. I'm not sure about them. They might have done a 4 or 6 stack, but not sure if they've done an 8 stack. I know Hynix has made an 8 stack and Micron's made a 12 stack. Yeah, right. Definitely a lot bigger modules, although they take up the same footprint, right? That's what they're looking to do, is just make the same footprint size, just make them taller. Just make them taller. Wonder how you're supposed to cool all that though as well. It's what I wonder. How are you supposed to cool it all? Right? Because they're stacked on top of each other. How are you supposed to cool it? My module's bigger than your module. That's right, my module's pretty small. Yeah, it's not really any GPU and CPU news, really. Although Intel might make $3 billion off of a company stealing their stuff, which is kind of odd. Plus, old Intel employees, one woman, stole a bunch of stuff from Intel. $870,000 worth of stuff. And started selling it. Pretty wild. Well, there you go. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, I had to change some settings. Looks like things are working pretty good now. I had changed some settings. Looks like it's working all right. Yes, real good. I'm trying to figure out what else I should do here. Got some stuff set up. Set up more though. Thinking. Hmm. I'm not sure. Set up the server in a spot. But it could. Would it could. It's really not what I care. I just don't want to carry it. All right, let's see. When you're video below VSync level, gets me 15 millisecond latency, and you should be around there anyways. I mean, you should be lower, to be honest. Should be anywhere from like 2 to 11, really, depending on a few factors, of course. But your latency should be fairly low if you're not using any kind of frame gen. Yeah, at 1080p. Even high refresh rate, you should be. Yeah. It's not the hard part though. It's generally the high refresh rate. You have a higher refresh time. Generally. Some games are not optimized that greatly either, so it could be game oriented as well. You should have fairly low, as long as you're not using the frame generation. As long as your drivers are updated properly to a certain driver, should be good. I'm saying it should be. It doesn't mean it's always going to happen. We're at 95%. Some games only go up to that high anyways. Some games. Yeah, you want flat latency bar. What do you mean? Because your monitor might be a 1440p monitor, but when you put it to 1080p, it's the monitor that doesn't like it. Not sure that what you're referring to here. I mean, deep learning super sampling can help, especially if you're using the low latency. I mean, DLAA is not exactly good. Why it happens? Because it's trying to make the 1080p in game, because it's resolution, right? So the resolution has to upscale the resolution to the 1440p monitor. That's why. If DLSS is not frame gen either, you have to enable the frame gen. Deep learning super sampling is not frame gen. I mean, FXAA, I mean, it's not good. You don't want to be using that technically. I mean, some games only have that. I guess it depends on the game, but you want to be using what your GPU can utilize, or use just FSR, which is universal for all GPUs. There's no frame generation at all implied. I mean, it's it's a lot of people don't realize what you're implying on it though. Kind of how it works. Anti-aliasing. That's all it is. It's not. You topple frame gen. Frame gen's only on certain platforms, on certain like DSS4, which means you need a 50 series card. There's no frame generation on anything else. FSR4 frame generation. If you apply that, because that's anti-aliasing. It's deep learning anti-aliasing, which should stop jagged lines. Should doesn't mean it's going to be work perfect, right? Not going to be perfect. But you can put settings in game, still use DLSS, and still get the same kind of performance. Well, the same kind of quality, better performance. You just have to set it proper, that's all. I mean, whatever you think is good for you. But no, it's not. In my opinion. My opinion. Give. Oh, I have, yeah. I have opinions. I mean, it's all on preference, I guess. You just increase in latency if you're using DLA anyways. That increases your latency. But adds latency. It does add latency. Not saying it does frame generation. Frame generation adds latency, yes. But other things impact latency as well. 15 milliseconds isn't good. It can be good for some games, but it's not good. I try to do around 2 to 7. 2 to 7. I mean, for some people, it's great. For some people. Actually, give me a second here. Oh yeah, you'll notice it. Yeah, for sure. That's why it's better for if you're doing frame generation style stuff. You're gonna see 30 to 50 milliseconds depending on the game, but you gotta want to just use that for first single player games where that really doesn't matter as much. But yeah, you'll notice that for sure. Agreed. They turn it off, the camera polish for this phrase, lazy will sometimes tiles want. Yeah. I mean, for competitive settings, you gotta turn things to low anyways, except for shadows and certain stuff. You gotta set it to low. And then you want to enable low latency mode if you have NVIDIA 30 series and up. You want low latency mode because it will lower actually the latency, which is better. You want the lowest latency possible for certain games. Yep. Okay. I don't have that on anymore, so it's not going to sound that great, but that's fine. Well, I mean, yes. And then I'm gonna want so afterburner. What's that? Looks good. Yeah, and now you care for so much. Yeah. Yeah, for like if you're very competitive, you want to sacrifice the graphic quality for better latency and higher refresh rate. You do want to do that. Doesn't matter what game it is, if you're competitive, that's what you want to do. And then I'll show you here. Just give me a second. Window capture. Make me smaller. Just give me a second here. Go. That should work. Voila. Somewhere around there. And I guess I should change the ribbon tuner to make it a bit bigger. There we go, so we can see. Then I got to do blah 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 blah. Setting monitoring. Ba, 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 ba. There we go.
frame time. Apply. There he goes. Here's the frame time and all that. Yeah, 50 milliseconds is, it's pretty good. It's just, could be better. My reaction time is 95 to 110. Faster than some pros. I don't know if 5G beats optic fiber. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one there, man. I don't know about that. Oh, that looks good there, I think. So as you can see up in the top right there, we got GPU usage. The actual core clock of the GPU. CPU clock, 5.6 roughly gigahertz, all core. RAM, it's using 20 gigabytes of RAM right now. And yeah, there's the frame time down below. Alright. And we'll, restricted from competitive, I hope so. Now we'll go here, we'll just go into, I mean, let's go quick, we'll do Doom match. Let's do Doom match here, show you the frame time. You want low as possible. Like I said, I like to see 2 to 7. What am I doing today? Well, I'm doing setting up display. Right now I'm just showing because we're talking about frame time and all that and what you're kind of looking to expect or what you're trying to achieve for frame time. Yeah, and if you're going on to a TV, the actual response time of the TV is not as good as a gaming monitor with either like a 0.1 to a 1 millisecond response time, right? And I'll show you the response time of what I have.
So choose wisely. My order is sharp.
While playing Marvel Rivals, which some people will see 15 to 20 milliseconds on some settings. I like to have as low as possible.
Everything in this place feels so familiar, and yet so strange. You've got one job. Take down as many.
Yeah, but they're still slow, like the 5 to 10 milliseconds. Okay, so portals are the roughest spot in this game, so that's why I like to go around portals to do all my testing. Of course, this person's shooting me. Stop. So we'll go over to a portal. Like I said, I like to see around 2 to 7. Might see sometimes 8 milliseconds, but around portals, again, like I said, for testing, I'll do testing with portals. And try to get settings right now are not set up for gaming, so internet's not the greatest right now for it. I'll have to figure out some settings for it for streaming and doing this, but like I said, you want as low as possible. Right. Now again, you got latency in-game for frame time, then you got latency of your CPU, latency of RAM, latency of everything, right? And all this will apply. So again, it's going to be some stuttering, that's just due to the fact of, gotta figure out the internet settings for here. Alienware gaming monitor, well, gaming monitors can go up to 3 milliseconds, but the good ones you want are like 0.5 to 1 millisecond. You can spend the money for, I think, 0.1 millisecond though.
Out of sight. It's over.
mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Wow, 4 in a row. They just keep.
Too much. Mr. Fantastic was pulling me.
I have reawakened.
You don't use it? Oh. Yeah, I use a Samsung Odyssey. Samsung Odyssey, 0.5 millisecond response time, which is pretty good.
Sayonara. The enemy has arrived.
By the eye of Agamotto!
As you can see, response time's fairly low. Portals will go up to 0.9 or 9 milliseconds roughly. But most of the time it's fairly good. Yeah, I can't afford anything right now. Where is another rough spot in this game? I think there's a portal up here. Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's not terrible, actually. As you can see with the action going on, it's like 5 milliseconds. We might hit 7 if I'm looking at the portal in that same time. 9.4 milliseconds, pretty rough.
I have reawakened.
Yeah, mine's only a 165Hz monitor. It is a Samsung Odyssey. It was very expensive. It's a $600 monitor, but I got it for like $400. So.
And dangerous!
And so your story ends.
Again!
Sayonara.
Yep, as you see, response time's really good.
I don't give up so
And then I can do different settings. Display. So again, I'm using NVIDIA DLSS. You can use AMD FSR 3 if you wanted. Don't really matter. Super resolution's all the way up, so yeah, it's good. You can do frame generation in this game. I do use NVIDIA Reflex, low latency. I do use that in games if it has it. It does help a little bit. Not crazy amount, but it does help. VSync, I can enable that, so that way it had VSync on, it'll only go up to 165Hz now, instead of going like 200.
The enemy has arrived.
But as you can see, the frame's not the greatest. Can you stop? Apparently he's not going to stop.
My hunt continues.
And
The other team needs to eliminate
put it to
6 more
Ultra, apply these settings. Frames go down. The second will go up that much. This is a 32-inch.
5 more players.
This is only 1080p though.
Don't mess with the amazing
You see the
Spider-Man!
response time does go up a little bit. The frame time. Still doesn't hit 15 though, right? Still not hit like 15. Well, we'll hit 15. Wait, what was that? Right here. Why? Yeah, this is ultra settings though. I don't like this. It just, you can feel the difference because again, it's 165Hz monitor, so you can feel it. So again, low settings is what generally have it on. Off. There we go. Response time goes down to like half. This is what you want to see. You know, like maybe up to 10, but that's still really high in my opinion. Like, there's some parts that will be. Wow, aren't you so good?
Your day ends, demon.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Nice low response times.
The other team needs
And there are settings that can change that, right? So yeah. Low latency. Turn that off. And then you might go up a bit here.
There they go!
Hey man, I wasn't even
My hunt
watching anything.
continues. Out of sight.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Hell unleashed!
Feels like latency's still around the same though, even with low latency mode on. But when there's like a whole lot of action going on. Why? Go away. Let me tell my test.
The other team needs to eliminate 2
Oh
more
Oh
players. Continues.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
That's what you want. You want nice low latency. Will you stop? Go away. $30 Hz? No, 60. 60. Oh my god, go away, man. This guy just follow me around.
I have reawakened.
Yeah. When I'm recording, I record at 120, so that way, yes, I do 60 Hz upload. You want it to be as high as possible. That way everything looks smoother. When I record at 120. Yeah, you can see a difference between 30. Yeah, some people do 25 frames per second or 30 frames per second, but I like to do 60. Some people can't see the difference though. Some people can't see the difference. Oh yeah, that's right. I got not gallery. No. How do you change this? Yeah, I forgot. There she is. Skip. Cosmetics. There we go. Equipped. Yeah, 120 Hz is a lot better. But yeah, I record at 120, so that way if I upload not, there's zero issues with it, as in it's nice and smooth. Yeah, especially if the console players are on the older consoles, because it's only 30 frames. Some games are 25. And there's people that watch TV a lot, right? They rather, like, they watch TVs, and they broadcasts are only 30 frames per second. Yeah, after I switched to 165 Hz, it took me a while to get used to it, but once I did, once I go to 60 frames now, I can see the difference. Took a while to get used to 165 though. Yep. Yeah, broadcasts, so like, you know, your news or whatever, over whatever you have for a receiver, it's 30 frames per second. You only see a better difference when you're watching like a movie or something on your TV. But broadcasts are 30. They are. Yeah, that's what you want to see though. As you can see though, while streaming, this is streaming, not even recording, just streaming and playing this game, 23 gigs of RAM. Quite a bit. And yeah, frame time you want as low as possible for certain games. I say all games, but some games it could be higher. It will, it will. Yep, because there's a bunch of stuff that goes into that as well, though. So the movies could be a higher quality than what your TV is, so it could mess with stuff. It could be a lower quality than what your TV is, could mess with the quality. So having upscaling and interlacing will help smooth that out. Yep, yeah. Yep. You can, you can. Big movie watcher might need to. Yep. There's a bunch of settings on your TV and or whatever you're watching a movie off of. You can do certain settings to help make things clearer and crisper. Depends on the TV, depends on what you're watching the movie from. Yep, yeah. It looks like I found out the settings I should be using. That's good. Stream is nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Oh, I guess I can add that back on.
There we go. Hopefully everything's good now. Yeah, you can do fake frames. I mean, you can do different settings and don't have to add fake frames. Um, How's it going, Lemon? Still posting. I mean, what's still posting? Why? Still posting? Shorts are very quick, though. Is it, Mad VR? You were talking about that before, weren't you? It's done. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. Here. Oh, here, everybody. Tone. Up, on. Go on to this, go on to that, do a little this. Give me a second, I'm checking it out. I'm checking it out. On the first view, let's go. Noise. Let's see what RGB. Looks good though. It looks good. It looks a la good. All right. $5,000 to $30,000. Still, doesn't matter what it looks like, in my opinion. $150 cheap. You say $150? Yeah, not too bad, eh? Has a lot. A lot. A lot. You can get one cheap. 10. If you can. Cheap software. I mean, free software isn't exactly good. Cash App? No. The only thing I have is PayPal. I hear a lot of people use Cash App, but I just use PayPal. Netflix is not the best. It's good for some things, but it's not the best. In ways, it's free. Nothing's free. Nothing is free. Get Cash App. I'll think about it. See what I can do. See what I can do. Hey, Cash App anywhere, technically. You can use Cash App anywhere. It's online. It's an online, right? Yeah, games for Windows is technically better. There are certain programs that work better on Windows as well. I don't care to use that kind of stuff. Every program that I use has it already in place, so no point in getting more stuff to run more stuff for no reason. Right? Right. You probably didn't set it up proper. Some motherboards you don't have to worry about doing a BIOS update. Yeah, there's certain ways, certain manufacturers, certain motherboards, throughout the years, you have to do a certain way to do the BIOS update. It's fairly easy to do, but some of them might be different than others. Yeah. Easy but terrifying. That's fine on the board. That technically isn't a flashback. It's BIOS clear, is it not? There's easy flash, clear BIOS. Some motherboards have a BIOS flashback. Oh, it is a flashback? Okay. Yeah, some boards do have that. Decent board then, if it actually has that. Oh, yeah, Rockstar. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because more or less most of the time, it's the higher end boards that have it. Okay, easy, he says. Yeah, the A520, that's rough that happened. That is rough that happened. Yeah. Oh, there's so many different variations of that hooves. What not to do. It's a reminder. Showpiece. Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, Ron. Right? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Uh, depends on how our retinas work, yeah. Oh, Indian color. So it's pretty sort of color or color information itself. This is they're not technically low profile though, man. They're not really low profile. They're not. Hang on a sec. You should be doing your cybersecurity course. Jeez, man. Jeez. What you doing? Yeah, low rider GPUs. Yeah, the low profile that they're talking about now, they're not really low profile. Coffee. Oh, Python. Yeah, I mean, it is coding itself is pretty boring. Python makes things a lot easier too. I hang on the wall open PC build. Yeah, not bad too. A mini build though, that's a little different. Like small form factor or like a mini build. So those are two different as well. Like minis are like little, small form factors are still, you fit full size still in them. Minis are, we gotta get certain components for them. You do. Yeah, I hear you there, Dell. Yeah, they cost more for not exactly the same performance, plus they get hot. Yeah, it would be fun to build. It would definitely be fun to build. Oh, set in front of it. You gotta be careful setting stuff in front of the AC. Moisture can build up. That's the one thing a lot of people don't realize. You gotta be careful with that. Yeah, it's true. It is true. That is true. Uh, let's see. You're making a 9060 XT with faster clocks and 8 gigabit models. It's in development. Oh, that's good. It's not it's the dry air. It's not that. It's the cold hitting the warm, right? The pieces gotta stay warmer. Cold hitting the warm will just create moisture, take the moisture out of the air. Yeah, condensation. Yeah. It can build up quite a bit. Why some people ask me when I'm doing my overclocking, doing really cold temperatures. Well, generally my PC is in the cold environment as well, or my components are in the cold environment as well. And I have to prep it. I still have to prep it no matter what. Like Vaseline or something like that. $2.2 million new inorganic materials. How did it discover? Combining stuff, the combinations, I guess. And whether or not it can actually be applied, right? Can you actually create these elements or materials? Yeah, you can do cold air into it. You can dry the air as it goes to it or inside the computer itself. Yeah. Over two, so only four. Yeah, AI is still a baby. It's been around for about 13 years, really. Well, more than that, but really applied for the past 13 years and still just in the works. Yeah, just because it's possible does not mean you can actually use it. In some ways, again, people that just search stuff up quickly and it gives you the AI search does not mean it's correct. Does not mean it's correct. No, it's hard to trust it. From what I've seen from it, it's hard to trust it. Exactly. Yeah, it's equal to, yeah, exactly. Theory. In theory, it should work. Relativity, it probably won't. How many will actually work? How do you build a tuna cache flow instead of a PC? Nope. Well, the combination or the makeup, it's not whether or not it's going to be useful, could be useful in some applications, but whether or not that actually works. Yeah, well, there's so many things that go into that, right? So many things that has to be applied for ChatGPT to work proper. The more information you give it, the more it can give you, the more correct it can be. So it all depends on how lazy you want to be for the answers that you get. We don't talk about it. Yeah, 95% of the time it's right, right? If it works, it works. And yeah, if it works. There's the if. Because you gotta test it out to see if it works first. Always gotta do your testing. Gotta do your testing. And it's like, yeah, you have to filter, but then it's also you have to, what you have to do as well is figure out a way to make it work. What if it's just telling you, oh, that you can do all this, but then it's not telling you how it can be done or be made? Then you have to figure out a way to actually make it, right? Smart, right? Telling you as smart as you make it. As in the person that's asking the questions or wants things simplified in ways. Again, the more information you give it, the more it can give you. The bigger data set that it can go into to achieve these is also the same. Yeah, of course, to give you some context on it. Again, you got to learn to put as much information of what you want to know for it to give you more information. Could just pull up something. If you just ask a simple question of whatever, it's just going to give you an information off the internet that you can literally search on the internet and go through different forums, pages, and stuff like that. Those might not be correct. Yeah, yeah, you can just keep deep diving. Yeah. Like Izzy. Yeah, ask as much detail as possible. Data is ChatGPT goes off of the internet too, right? Whatever's on the internet, it can find. Right here. Oh, please. You think I'm going to leave Dave behind? Not Dave. Yes, just put Dave in the background. I got Dave. I got Dave. Don't you worry. I got Dave. Calm down, camera. Calm down. Yep. Of course I got Dave. That's what she said. Which, The point of the days. We got to do. Help. YouTube chat when it goes to Google AI. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I need to make myself some food here. Uncensored? No, they are censored. There's limits. Yeah, limits all. I think about making a sandwich. Pizza will probably be for dinner. To make pizza for dinner, not sure yet. I make burrito. Well, taco burrito. Ways around certain things, but then still censored. Yep. Everything's censored. Even if you ran local, it's still censored. How's it going, Squeeze? I'm checking. One sec. Uh, yeah, but the fan on, I see that. Looks like all the heat will leave from the CPU at least. That's good. You need to store a lot of data. A lot of data to some people is not a lot of data. Be a lot of data to some people, but it's not really a lot of data. Coffee. Coffee right now, not water. I'm hydrated. Ugh. Yep. Some companies do it illegal, some companies do it legally. Figure that one out. Should set up my my dad's and go through stuff, to be honest. I should. Yep, they do. Help marketing. Here, what people are wanting. It's the most talked about button. What they're looking to implement or want in the future. What they can have now. Hey, yup. Yup. Hey, yeah. Should make myself some food. That's what I might do. Make myself a sandwich. So it's a win. Win-win. Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google. All right, well, you're going to have to give me a minute here. I got to go make some food quick, and I'll be right back. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, Dave's always unhappy. Ours is like 45% humidity. Then he's happy. Yeah, my bad. Yep. Yeah, it's cold here too. Tonight's supposed to go down to 4 degrees. Supposed to be at like a high of 9 degrees today. That's it. Be a wild day. How's it going, Joe? Yep. Can't complain. Yeah, it's supposed to warm up by the end of the week, but today and tomorrow is supposed to be fairly cool, which for summer, it's pretty crazy. Have you actually checked the temperature of your room? And where your PC is too? Yeah, that's a good temperature for idle temp. But your idle temp cannot be lower than what your room is. AC will heat up the room a lot. If your room does not have good airflow. Not terrible. Not terrible. Which card? So you're talking about card before. I'm not sure which one you don't really remember. Oh, the 8600. The 8600. Yeah, that's an MSI 8600. Different shroud? Yeah, there's multiple different shrouds. I think for MSI there's 3, but it's also different models. That's an NX. That's an NX 8600 GTS. So yours might not be an NX 8600 GTS. Might be a GT. Envy? I'm not sure if they make Envy. Could be. House tour? Once I can get things more sorted out and cleaned up, for sure. Yeah, I'll do not a house tour, room tour. Fairly big room though, so. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Yep. Yeah, compressed refrigerant can get below ambient. Using certain minerals that you compress is you can go down to like negative almost 160. Big passive cooler? Yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep. Yeah, endothermic, exothermic, yeah. Recashments? Oh, a ton of room, like it's huge. No, the core temp is fairly accurate. Yeah, it was a lot bigger than this. You guys see my light, but got stuff unpacked, stuff we gotta clean up. Yeah, I got a lot more room now. Man, that's bad. Can't complain. Yeah, you definitely want to compress refrigerants. It might have been your contact. Maybe you didn't have the contact proper. Might have been your fault from the last time you installed it. It is mostly your PC stuff. Yeah. Helen too. They get the Helen too. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I'm only gonna be here for 3 months. Yeah. Yeah, it's the main thing, right? I might be starting a job too here, so might not be streaming a whole lot. Just after work. Might do a few hours after work. That's about it. Whether or not I got the job, we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm happy if I can get the job. It's roofing, so not the easiest job, but generally pays all right. That's yeah. Yeah, same. I do a lot of stuff. Have a garage? No, no garage. There's no garage. No garage here. A minute. Oh, no, am I really? I shouldn't be. No way, am I? 1 sec. Let me check. Whoops. Whoops. Let's see. I am too. Whoops. There we go. Fixed. Yeah. Garage doors install it. Yeah. Should, yeah. Yeah, science and technology gets paid more as well. So, whoops. Yeah, well, being a garage door technician pays well. For a day, that's good. Some reason I don't think you build PC screens. Building's not easy, depending on what you're doing. What he's doing is very easy. He's just upgrading pre-made stuff. That's all he's doing. Could you really do the upgrade stuff? Oh, jeez. Maybe I need to know a distributor. What kind of distributor do you mean? You did with your old PC? First hand. They can generally get bulk deals. I gotcha. Yeah, I get your point. Yeah. If you can. It's not easy to get into that kind of stuff, right? Unfortunately. You're generally buying from secondhand or third hand. Middleman of some sort. Yeah, of course it sucks. Yep. Why I buy them from manufacturer, like straight from the source. You gotta have that dough. Because you're gonna have to buy a whole bunch at a time, and then you buy a certain amount at a time. You can buy it in bulk, right? But you buy it in bulk, and then you can get bulk prices, and you can sell them for profit, like more of a profit, make more off of it. But, I mean, you also have to have the storage for it. There's a lot of things that go involved with that. Yep, garage doors are all unique. Man, to a point. And fairly standard anyways. And ways are custom made, yeah. Yeah, they can be really expensive. Like, really expensive. It doesn't mean he's making that kind of money off of it. He does not. It's hard to rely on people. That's the thing, right? It's very hard to rely on people. It's very difficult to rely on people nowadays. Yeah. Oh, depends on what you want to do. Depends on what you're good at. Not like you have to follow in your same footsteps, right? And clean. True. Gotta be able to hold the contracts. Yeah, it does take time. What a way to put it. What a way to put it, man. Look at the connection. Yeah, can connect. Yeah. Yes, it is. Can be. Brutal. Yeah, what a way to put it. Dun, 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 dun. Uh, I mean, yes. Wouldn't you want to get paid? Is that how it usually works? think I get your drift. Blah. Oh. 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 Whoa. Have to go to store probably quickly here. I'm gonna go to store quick and I will be back in a bit. Shouldn't take me too long. Store's not too far from where I am. But I'll be back in a bit. I'll leave you Okay, I'm back. Not too far, but closer than it used to be. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I'm here. Please don't leave. Uh, Store's a lot closer now than it used to be. Instead of 4 kilometers, only about 400 meters. It's kind of nice. It's really nice. Oh, I'm at a little walk. My legs are sore from all the stairs, from moving. I mean, yeah, in a way. Yeah, same here. Literally just wide enough for my shoulders to get through, to get up in here, to squeeze. I don't have some things because they won't fit on the big dresser. Don't have that anymore. I usually have for display. Hey Arnold room, yeah. You can't carry a sofa up. You have to build a sofa up here and disassemble it to move. Yep. That's fine. Decent sized room. Dun-dun-dun. I don't know what's going on. I was trying to with the motivation to do some more stuff. Yeah. I am figuring where I put my phone. Oh, found it. Ah. Damn. too much again. And with those off and piece of news and it found its way, then it changed to 10 p.m. Guess lunch. Nope. That always gives you a later date or later time, just so that way it's always on time. Yeah, I was cheering for that. um, you're my kind of customer. You know that there, Z? That's my kind of customer. That feed me lunch. Oh, thank you very much. Does he get a beer too? Wow. Ice sweet tea. I'll take a Pepsi. Or coffee. See, I don't drink, so never really cared for drinking. For, being asked if I want a beer or something. It's because back when I did drink, I would say yes sometimes. Sometimes I'd be like, nah, it's really. Do you have a coffee? Do you have Pepsi? Most of the time they had Pepsi, so I get a Pepsi. Yeah, PC hobby took its place. Yeah. Does its trick. That's all I need. Red Bull, I have no clue what you're talking about there. I don't drink Red Bull. Exactly. I hear you there, Joe. I have no clue what a Red Bull Juneberry is, though. Yeah, me either. Those are delicious, he says. They also have a pomegranate. The pomegranate I had back whenever it's out, it's pretty good. Only thing I really enjoy drinking is coffee, though. It's really like, wow, and Pepsi, but mostly coffee. That's all I drink. They're better than the pomegranate? Wow, that's crazy. The pomegranate's really good. Frozen coffee? I mean, sometimes I like the frozen coffees, but no, I like my hot coffee. It can be plus 100, plus 40 degrees Celsius there, but I still want my hot coffee. I prefer hot coffee. What I should do is actually get the bad cable and fix it. Yeah, you should. Yeah, it should all automatically come with it. Once you install the graphic driver, it should come with it, all right? Install the driver. Should have an option for it. All right? Should. I'm not saying it does, I'm saying it should. All right. Mm. Yeah, I get that done. Things will run smoother too. Add get a custom water loop. Custom water loop. All ready. Oh. Never played Once Human. There's a lot of stuff I haven't played. And monitor the temps, yeah. Is that the freeze one you have? A little bit more about rendering movies to improve quality, like I never knew that was a thing. I mean, there's multiple ways you can make clear videos. $60, that is pretty cheap. That is pretty cheap. I was thinking about doing a 2080 Super 3770K, making a a light streaming PC into that. Might do that. Yeah, Frozen Master, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, $60 is pretty good. How long it lasts, I don't. All depends. Yeah, I think most AIOs you would say 2 to 5 years, or basically until the warranty's up, is in general. Yeah, yeah, you can expect them to last a year pretty easily. No, well, yeah, it depends on the source and your TV or whatever, right? As well. So you can help the clarity, resolution. You can technically increase it a bit so that way what you're seeing is a bit clearer in a way. Yeah, it can change, especially, Blu-ray, right? Blu-ray as well. If you're doing stuff over the internet and that as well, you can use a quality enhancer and it will help the quality, the color contrast, the darks. You can make the darkers darker, but sometimes they're not as good. One with the LCD, I mean, if you want one with a screen on it, right? And I got newer ones out there now. No, the programs don't do that for you, unfortunately. Some programs actually downgrade quality. Yeah, they got some pretty cool ones now. I don't care about the ones with the screens on. I just care about whether the one, has good pump flow and whether or not cools nicely. That's all I care about, really. I'm thinking, want air cooled on my build? Yep, nice. Yeah, tested a few air coolers fairly recently. The PS Assassin 120 SE 5700X. I mean, it's not like you need anything too crazy. I don't like anything too crazy for that. I'm thinking. Yeah, just for gaming. Not like anything crazy for cooling. Well, for music editing, you don't need anything too crazy for music editing either. You don't, which is nice. Video editing, you need something fairly, decent at least. Oof. No. For music editing, you don't really need to worry about. Or yeah, for music editing, you don't really need to worry about GPU. It's the CPU. Just CPU. Definitely just build a CPU based PC, one that has integrated graphics, and do it that way. Just make sure you have decent amount of RAM, at least 6 cores. You could do 4 cores, but 6 cores would be better. 8 cores technically would be better, but you don't need anything crazy for music editing. Don't even need a GPU. Music's different than audio is different than video. The the size and compressing it, right? It doesn't take as much. Like going back through the music, it's not like you're doing 4K or 8K video editing where there's so much in between, and compressing it won't take as long. But yeah, audio is nothing. You can literally just run on an old Dell PC, basically, do video editing that way. Don't need to worry about GPU though. Just give them a CPU and a bunch of RAM, and that's all you really need. Because X264 for the compressing is plenty enough for that. Don't need much. So you can give them a very small GPU if you want, just to give them a GPU, but you don't need them. Just a CPU that has integrated graphics is good enough. So you can build a really small computer for them, and boom, here you go. Should be. Let's see. I'm thinking. So, uh, uh, Sure. Yeah, I should go through some stuff. Don't want to, but I should. Good. What? Ta-da. Uh, might end the stream here. Might be back on later though. I get a bunch of stuff done, but it's a pain in the butt to do, so probably back on later here. So again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donors. You guys are helping out this channel more than you know. And yeah, that's it for the stream here. I'm back on later. So again, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace out.